colleagues, my colleagues, parliamentary team colleagues, media, and Honourable Minister. Minister, can we just perhaps continue from where we left off? And I was looking at your directive, which is EB4. It's in the bundle, exhibit bundle 3, at pages 49 to 50. You have it in front of you. Your directive. Do you accept that the two reasons that you provided in the directive is at page 50, that last paragraph? You say, my observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that the further existence of the team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. Although those are the two reasons that you gave to the National Commissioner.
Look, there are three directives that I gave. But on this particular one, on the disbandment, I wasn't necessarily getting involved in outlining all the reasons that I had. But this was just an indicator, an indication, if you like, that I could indicate in the letter. But it was not all necessarily, because as you see, this is a very, 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 on all three, they are similar. Just an outline that I could squeeze into the letter, because I wanted it to be very concise and not...
So can we accept that these are some of the reasons, but not all the reasons?
Yes, particularly...
And then perhaps to assist you, the other one would have been the one you contend was discussed in the November meeting on the organizational structure.
That's why
that was also, so that's not here.
And the budget, the budgetary issues, and the concerns that were raised by the people that I said to you and your team that they need to be afforded an opportunity. So there's to address the Ad Hoc Comm. So there's a whole range of issues here, but what I wrote there was merely a high-level summary of what I had as a concern, but the actual reasons, I outlined them yesterday, and for your benefit again, I started off with...
I wanted to summarize that for you. Minister, please understand we do have a time constraint. This is our second day, and obviously you're entitled, and that's the
so as long as
space we gave you yesterday. You spent a lot of time on outlining your reasons.
Yeah. As long as we agree that there's a whole range of issues, but I couldn't squeeze all of them there.
I was just addressing to what is here and what you wrote, and what may have been in your mind at the time when you sent the directive. You explained yesterday to the Honourable Committee these other reasons. They've heard you. They will no doubt ask you questions on them. So that is part of the record. Just to summarize, you spoke about budgetary constraints, you spoke about the Haas, you spoke about Mkhwanazi, you spoke about Fort Hare, you spoke about Fadil Adams, and then on page 64 of your statement, paragraph 140, you also spoke about some other complaints, which you, perhaps to be fair, you either won't or can't disclose. They may have been conveyed to you in confidence or privately. But in terms of our National Commissioner, who, assuming you were authorized or had the power to do so, to direct that the team be disestablished, what you're telling him is the team is no longer required, it's not adding any value, and that is, to use your words, that is my observation. And then there would have been the other communication of in the one and the other meeting we don't have a minute of, the 24th of November.
Yes, and I want to remind you of the new organogram that I spoke about at length from 2019, based on the study, not just the organogram that has just been signed now, but that was agreed.
The 2019 one.
Yes, proceeding up to the new one that on which the organogram that we built on the studies that had been done in the department before that. Yeah.
So those would have been the reasons that the National Commissioner would have been aware of at the time that he received your directive, which would have been, I think, on the 2nd or 3rd of January, a few days after your directive. But he wouldn't have been aware of some of the other reasons that you mentioned yesterday. Would that be fair to say that?
No, I wouldn't have been aware of.
No, he wouldn't have been aware of these other reasons.
Like which one?
Sorry?
Like which one?
No, let me put to you what he would have been aware of from what is in this directive.
Okay.
And the discussion you say that took place in November of 2024, which is before the directive, about the status of the unit and where it fits into the picture. And we discussed that. We said, well, it wasn't an express item on the agenda where the PKTT was discussed, but you said it was mentioned. He mentioned it. So he's aware of that. But some of the other reasons, like the budgetary constraints, the Haas, Mashale, Fort Hare, Fadil Adams, further complaints, you wouldn't have shared those with him. You wouldn't have shared these reasons with the National Commissioner before the 31st of December 2024.
No, the Haas and Mashale, they wrote these things, the bulk of them, last year. And I did have a discussion with the National Commissioner about them, and I think they wrote letters to the Portfolio Committee last year already. And remember that I also said about Mashale, I even referred some matters, her profile to the IGI to say, I keep on getting correspondence from this lady shortly after I got appointed. So I was aware, and National Commissioner did say, oh, now this lady I'm aware about, she has also shared things with me, but she complains, and we look at what she's complaining about, and so on. So I was aware of all these things I was aware, and the department, National Commissioner, would have been aware of all these things. I may not have shared everything with him, but they were aware of them. That includes my main reason, my argument that we may be dealing with something that is outside the PFMA at the end of the day, as I advanced yesterday.
Well, I'll put it to you, and I don't want to debate it any further. The record will speak for itself. That's certainly not the impression we got from the evidence of the National Commissioner.
No, it's...
He said the sum total of his evidence on the directive is that this came as a huge surprise to him. It was never discussed with him. the last time he saw you and you saw him was at, I think it was a parade on the 28th of December, or 28th of December. Sorry, it was apparently, I'm corrected, a funeral. On the 28th of December, you were there. I think it was in KZN, Mkhwanazi was also there. And this, it would seem, would have been a perfect opportunity for you to say to them, although it's obviously not appropriate perhaps at a funeral, but to go aside afterwards or whenever to say, gentlemen, you know, I've been grappling with this thing. I've received all these complaints. I've received these letters from the Haas and Mashale. I mentioned it to you in the November meeting, and I am now quite convinced that this team should be disestablished.
Now, that was National Commissioner's evidence. I'm here to give my evidence.
Yeah, sure.
And that is not what I'm saying. I am saying after the 28th, I got more time when I got home to complete what I was developing. After, in those 2 or 3 days, after resting and not going up and down, and I started summarizing in my head and getting to think what I would settle with finally, which then gave rise to me writing that letter on the 31st. I may have, on the 28th or before, and you don't normally go to a funeral and then pull people aside. That's unnatural. It can happen only on post-thinking. That you could have pulled people aside, but natural in the flow of things, it doesn't flow like that. But I'm saying there were a number of things that were in my head for quite some time after our meeting on the 21st with deputy ministers, how to approach, how to package, how to engage the National Commissioner. So I had not completed my thinking by that time until I settled down and thought carefully about what I wanted to do.
Well, even more so, Minister, with respect, I mean, you could have at least mentioned to...
Honorable Matthews.
Thank you. Just on a question of clarity, Minister, did you say you engaged the deputy ministers, both of them, during that time, or did I mishear you? You said there was 2 days. I heard you say something about deputy ministers. Can I just get clarity, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm speaking about a day when I convened a meeting with the 2 deputy ministers to discuss what we had been receiving since we got appointed, in what form and what we had done about some of the things that we received. And so on. We had a discussion, and the resolution there said, go and engage the National Commissioner. But we didn't discuss the format and the details. So it was left to me to think what I would engage him on and how and all of that. And this is what I say. I ended up with the letter of the 31st.
As I was about to say, Minister, even more so on the 28th, it may not have been an appropriate moment to discuss the demise of the PKTT when you just buried one of your soldiers.
Senior Counsel, there is a hand of Honorable Nomvalo behind.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to have a clear understanding of the response that has been given by the Minister to the question about the reasons. Is the Minister saying the Commissioner was aware that part of the reasons that led to the disbandments is what was written by Mary Diaz? Or he says the Commissioner was aware that Mary Diaz had written something like that, but he was not aware that that which she wrote was not part of the reasons that led to the disbandment. Because knowing that Meridias had a perspective and that her perspective constituted the reasons for the disbandment are two different things. So I just need a clear distinction on that. What response is he giving to the council? Was he aware of the perspective, or he was aware that the perspective of Meridias formed part of the reasons for the disbandment? What was the response? I just need clarity on that.
Minister?
Thank you very much. I am saying when I settled down in those 2 or 3 days, I brought back everything that I had come across since I had been appointed. What do I do with these things? Because I had to weigh them and say, what do I do with them in order? Remember, at the top of my mind is the imperatives of the 7th administration. It is the safety of the people. It is the concerns that I raised with the National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners, and Provincial Commissioners in November, when we met them at Give It Screw On, saying, I'm being haunted by murders, the high rate of murders, the proliferation of firearms in communities and the havoc that these firearms are causing, and the drugs that these things are causing. So I kept on thinking about these matters very, very hard and very, very to the best of my ability in terms of thinking. And I then say, settle down. What do I do with all these things that I've collected in my capacity as Minister of Police on behalf of the people of South Africa? I then merit the Haas's letters and concerns, Mashale's letters and concerns and everything, the budget, how we are using the budget, and possible alternatives of using the budget. The work within SAPS that started way before I arrived and what could have been done and so on. All that bundle of things constituted what I settled down on and said, let me write a letter and it must take this particular form. And I did indicate yesterday that one of the things that came into my mind was to say, when the year starts, how do we start in a manner that brings about vibrancy along the lines that constitute expectations of the people on us in a way that will cause us and force us to, engage. And this thing is about change. How do you go about changing some of the narratives that should change within SAPS in favor of the people of South Africa, consolidating their safety? That is the matter. That was not just anything that Meridias wrote but how do I bring all those things as a collective so that they are put in a manner that constitute my reasons when we met. So this is just a high-level summary on the 2 issues, but the breakdown of those matters is what I have submitted here.
Are you fine, Honorable Member?
Not really, Chair, but I think as it continues, maybe I'll be fine.
Okay.
But I'm not fine.
Just carry the question on your shoulder. And at the right time, you can offload it. Senior Counsel, you may proceed.
Minister, all these things weighed heavily on your mind. All these factors, you say, they weighed heavily on your mind. All these factors, not just the 2 that's mentioned in your letter.
Yes, all these matters, they constitute the actual material things behind those two sentences that you see, or one sentence that you see in those two terms.
Okay, so you don't record that in the letter to say to the National Commissioner, you know, there's a host of issues that weigh heavily on my mind and that concern me. But in summary, I've concluded that the team is no longer needed because it's not adding any value to policing in South Africa. At least one leaves it open-ended for you to come back and say, okay, what were these things that weighed heavily in your mind? We don't get that impression from your letter. Now, we discussed the letter yesterday, and you spent quite a bit of time explaining yourself. So and you also accepted that you could have phrased the letter differently.
Not necessarily. You remember, you went a long way yesterday on the tone of the letter yourself, and you even suggested.
And you agreed that you may have.
Let me finish. You suggested a particular format to me, which was the same thing but in a different tone, and I said to you, well, you are putting that in the way you are putting. And then I said, Singakalisana, I could accept that that could have been a different tone, but it doesn't change anything in terms of the content of what I wanted to convey to the National Commissioner, except that the tone could have been softer. And but not that there's anything wrong with my letter legally and constitutionally, and in terms of what I wanted to convey.
And you say you accept full responsibility for this, what's in the letter and the directive that you issued?
I don't want to leave any doubt in terms of who wrote the letter and why was the letter written. I therefore take full responsibility.
No, that's exactly why you're here.
Yes.
Because the committee is holding you to account.
Even assure you that I was sober when I wrote this letter.
I don't think anybody ever suggested that you were not.
Yes.
Although it's that time of the year.
Yes.
That I can't quite remember what.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, we never suggested that, you know, you're a minister of state, and we expect you to be of sober mind.
Yes.
Especially over this period when you're Minister of Police, when there's lots of tragedy and killings and so on. So that's fair comment, and I don't think anybody suggests anything else.
Yes.
Maybe the tone would have been different had you had a couple. Yeah. So anyway, on a more serious note, is it also your evidence that you were not assisted at all with this letter? There was no one else who did a draft, or did I recall you saying that your advisor may have assisted?
Yes, in terms of contribution to the letter substance, it was me and Advocate Pikole.
Okay.
And then the Chief of Staff was merely conveying, not contributing in any manner on the wording and on any other aspect of the letter.
Okay.
It was just me and the special advisor.
Just you and you mainly you and Advocate Pikole.
Advocate Pikole, yes.
Yeah. So when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi tells us that Ngabindi told him that I think he mentioned quite a few drafts were exchanged. He was waiting for the final draft. Would he have referred to the exchange of drafts between you and Advocate Pikole?
Well, I don't know what General Mkhwanazi was talking about.
No, he was talking about what Nkabinde told him.
Yes, I don't know what they discussed, whether they discussed up to that. I did have a conversation with Chief of Staff in terms of the substance of what they discussed. And they gave me a different version, which I will go to later on. But what I do know is that they did speak.
So just to round off on the directive, at the time, had you sought or been given legal advice on whether you could issue this kind of directive?
At the time of right, or
at the time that you drafted and wrote this directive with the assistance of your special advisor?
I didn't go wider than the special advisor because he happens to be an advocate, to say, what is your first impression on this letter in terms of the Constitution and in terms of legislation? And he didn't doubt, he had no doubt that it is within the Constitution and it is within the legislative framework.
Because it's apparent from the letter that you, at the time when you drafted the letter and signed the letter, that is your signature there, is it?
My signature?
Yeah, there on at the end of the letter.
Definitely, it's my signature.
Good. So at that time you accepted that you need to provide some reasons to the National Commission as to why you're issuing this directive.
Yes, but let me just indicate something that will interest you and the other comment. I wrote the letter and as I wrote, and after completing the letter, I was envisaging a meeting, that is the letter where where we would discuss, have a first discussion. That's why I put a date on the 20th to say, forward me with the kind of an interim response, and then a fuller engagement at a later stage at UNESCO. I was firm and clear that we would need to discuss some aspects, but those things were somehow, or to a great extent, affected by what I will talk about later. But as I said yesterday, I didn't envisage my directive as a drill. I mean, in the context of a drill situation. I envisaged it in the context of what happens in a work situation when you are at work with the Director General, that you do engage, even on difficult matters. But I'm aware that it then brought in a difficult situation. But when in a work situation, a difficulty arises, that's where you get the best in terms of how the people you work with behave. That's where they get an opportunity to display even what is internal within them. Not when there's you have a normal situation at work. A lot of things get suppressed in terms of you knowing exactly the kind of people that you work with.
But the people you work with, and especially whom you give, if you're in a higher position of authority, the way they behave and the way they respond would often depend on the way you address them, isn't it? And the tone of any letter or instruction or directive, the way it's written.
Not necessarily. It doesn't. There's a difference between reasoning things out and the way you respond to a situation emotionally. There's a difference. I'm not talking about emotions. I'm talking about substantive reasoning when you have matters before you, how you react at that level of reasoning and rationalizing on things. And I am certain that I dealt more on the aspect of rationalizing things out with a view to bringing something that would change the way in which South African Police Service render services to the people of South Africa, towards improvement, towards realistically responding to the concerns that people raise throughout, including the portfolio committee. Beyond saying we have noted your concerns, we are noting your concerns, but we end up not doing, in essence, not doing anything that would change their concerns. And I'm lighthearted when it comes to what people have to say to you in terms of their expectations as a minister at a national level. They have huge expectations. And I'm saying this in a situation where perceptions are very, very, very strong outside that we're not doing enough for their safety in South Africa. So you are on the spotlight. You have to think even beyond what is happening. I mean, you can't just keep on saying, yeah, the budget is small. Yeah, the number of police has been reduced. We should be having 200. Those reasons are fine. You can advance them ordinarily when you talk because they are true. But when you sit down and think and reason deeply about your responsibility and people say, you don't seem to be doing enough. Look at our police station here. Looking at the equipment, even people inside SAPS saying we are behind criminals in terms of equipment and all of those things make you think seriously.
Minister, all that you're saying, it seems to me, demanded a serious discussion with the National Commissioner for all the reasons that you mentioned.
Yeah.
It seems to me to demand a serious discussion.
Yes.
And consultation.
Yes. And this is what we've been doing throughout the period after I got appointed.
There's a fundamental difference of view of the evidence that we've heard today. And for example, the two key people involved in this task team were never ever consulted about it, and that is Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi. They are the two people directly concerned. I mean, this directive, it doesn't even speak directly to this organogram or the structures in the police. It is directly aimed at three things: ports of entry, intelligence, and political task teams.
Yeah.
So I don't know who you speak to about ports of entry, maybe Home Affairs and maybe speak to them because they also have a role to play there and they should be consulted. Of course, intelligence, there's nothing that we hear from you that they were engaged or that the director of intelligence, who also happened to be Khumalo or Sabia, that they were engaged in all of this. There's no indication from you.
Now, don't be under the impression that when I got appointed, the next thing I did was to write directives. And the next thing that happens, I'm in the commission, I'm in the Ad Hoc Comm. It didn't happen that way. You may have just been introduced in the situation and the challenges that we're having, but we had many discussions since I got appointed. I did indicate that the orientation which got elevated to discussions, which got elevated to decisions, took place. I've had before leave more than 28 meetings, more than that with the leadership of SAPS, and more than 9 meetings with National Commissioner alone. Now, it's another thing to say, what were we discussing? But I'm making it sound serious that I've had those meetings. And throughout those meetings, we were discussing serious stuff, serious issues. All of these things that you're mentioning, that Khumalo, National Commissioner, we have had discussions with them, even on just intelligence alone. And therefore, all the matters that are in my directive or in my directives were discussed. What was not discussed with them is the directives themselves. I have said I didn't discuss directives with anybody else before I wrote them. I wrote them, but the matters that constitute substance behind each of those directives are well known to the people that you're mentioning.
Well, can we just leave it there? And I'm sure honourable members of the committee will ask you more on this, but there's just fundamental disagreement that you at any stage discussed specifically the political task team and your thoughts about it before the directive was issued on the 31st of December 2024.
I have indicated very patiently that I could not discuss these directives with anyone for reasons that I've advanced. One of them, I've indicated that some of the people that are involved here were people who raised fundamental concerns with their safety. And I had to think, how do I, on one hand, bring them on board, and on the other hand, process their situation, which was convincing to me, was a fundamental issue to me. How do I combine the two? That's why I said at the beginning of the year, there was some thoughts about an inquiry, ministerial inquiry, because I couldn't ignore those things that they discussed. So I have made quite a serious attempt to convince you that I was in no position to discuss the actual directives with anyone before I wrote them, nor did I have the opportunity because I was working and then I had only 2 or 3 days. And that when I did so, there was nothing constitutionally wrong. There was nothing legislatively wrong. And I checked that. But I do want to say to evidence leader, Senior Counsel, National Political Killings Task Team is not all about policing in South Africa. It's not everything about policing in South Africa. There is a lot outside there. In fact, everything outside is, I don't have an English word. It's just part. Remember, this is not even a unit. It's a team. How much importance do you can't say it's a national priority work done by a team, important as it was, and having contributed as they did. But it's not. It can't be made a national priority on policing in South Africa amid the challenges that we have.
Now, Minister, your lawyers responded to a request for information that we put to you, and there was a response on the 1st of October. It's the response you'll find, it's at Exhibit Bundle 4, pages 1 to 13. And amongst the responses is at page 4, under the heading, Relevant Facts Preceding the Disestablishment. So the first one was on 31 October, several letters of complaint from Ms. Mary de Haas. On the 6th, there was again an official complaint that she registered with the Portfolio Committee on Police. Then you referred to the emails and text messages from a former SAPS official, Ms. Patricia Mashale. You also took into account media reports involving, regarding the involvement of crime intelligence in the murder of politician Mr. Senzo Mchunu. Then on 13 November, a complaint to the NPA from Member of Parliament, Mr. Fadil Adams. And then you say on November, your Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, addressed a letter to IDEC regarding the allegations made by Mr. Adams. And following the above detailed complaints, on the 21st, you convened a meeting with the Deputy Ministers of Police to discuss the allegations. Then further on, you also mentioned on 22 November, you convened a meeting attended by the Deputy Ministers, the National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioners, and all the provincial. Although you do indicate here, the purpose of the meeting was to discuss the Ministry's deep concern on, namely, the murder rate, escalation of firearms, including illegal firearms, drugs, and GBV plus F, gender-based violence. There's no mention here of you discussing the political killing stars team, and then you go on to mention budgetary complaints and the work study. So many of these things mentioned in this information note from your lawyers incorporate some of the reasons that you discussed yesterday. Now, firstly, they're not in your directive, your letter, as some of the reasons. And also, there's nothing in here which tells us that you had consulted or specifically spoken about this to either the National Commissioner or Mkhwanazi or Khumalo, who were heading this task team. What is interesting in the note, you say a decision was taken at the meeting on the 21st of November that you held with your deputy ministers, that the minister would engage the National Commissioner on the concerns regarding the allegations against the NPKTT. And then there's nothing after that. On the 22nd of November, it wasn't discussed in the meeting. So on this note, can you confirm that you did not discuss it with the National Commissioner before you issued the directive on the 31st of December?
That I didn't discuss the directives with him?
No, not the directive. Some of the reasons that inform your decision to issue the directive.
No, I didn't discuss the directives with anyone, including...
No, we accept that. I'm not going to argue with you about whether or not you had the prerogative or the right to issue the directive. I'm discussing what informs the directive, and we've been through the directive. There's two reasons that's apparent from the directive. You then also mentioned that there's other reasons that inform the directive. You've mentioned that you have a full opportunity of explaining that to the committee. I'm asking specifically about discussing your reasons for wanting the task team terminated with the National Commissioner and with Mkhwanazi and Khumalo.
Now, I have indicated many times yesterday, I did, that the directives were an accumulation of issues that we had been discussing and things that had been getting things that I'd been getting to know in the department. In other words, when I was appointed, I didn't just settle on the 31st. There were many discussions. There were many things that I read and that I got to know in the process before. So they were, and throughout the period, I've been discussing with all the people that are involved, but not with the intention that one day I would write a letter of directives. So it's absolutely not correct to say I had not discussed with this. And on the three generals that you are talking about,
right.
Now, your assistant keeps on engaging you when I speak. When you speak, she doesn't engage you. I don't engage with anyone.
No, sorry. Yeah. My apologies, Minister. You're right. You should be.
Okay. So the impression I'm getting is that my response is not important, but what you say to me is important. And I have a problem with that. So I'm saying, I did say yesterday, I did not have any particular meeting with General General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, and General Khumalo. And in a day focusing on the National Political Killings Task Team, there's no such. But discussions include that fall within all the terms of reference. And discussions about this did take place in the meetings that we had. One of them is on the 1st of November. One of them is on, I think, the 22nd of November, the minutes of which I didn't get. I'm still seeking. So it's not like I never had a discussion with anyone on the matters. These are challenges that are within SAPS. These are challenges that we've been discussing. These are challenges that everybody in the top management of SAPS is aware of and have been discussed, but not with a view to writing directives. Those are mine, and those I sat down to think about, and I came up with them, as I say.
Minister, I was asking you about your response, which I must accept and assume your lawyers were instructed by you. And in your response to us on the 1st of October,
yes,
there is no mention, despite the fact that you held a meeting with your deputy ministers to discuss the allegations and other issues in the South African police.
Yes.
Despite the fact that there was a decision taken, according to this note, at that meeting, yes, that the minister would engage the National Commissioner on the concerns regarding the allegations. Despite the fact that your lawyers write on the 22nd of November that there was a meeting,
yes,
between the ministry, the National Commission, and all the senior police, you never discussed the task team. This is is this note wrong? Is there a mistake? Because it doesn't accord with what you told us yesterday and what you are insisting on today, that you discuss this matter at least with the National Commissioner. You seem to today even not to be saying you discussed it ever with Mkhwanazi or Khumalo.
If the letter does not necessarily pick up the meeting of the 1st of November and the meeting of the 22nd, it doesn't mean that it didn't exist. It doesn't mean that it never happened. And it doesn't mean that we never discussed it. It just means that there was an omission in the letter.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not referencing the letter at all. I'm referencing a response that was given to us as evidence leaders by your lawyers on the 1st of October, and there's nothing in this response which says that you consulted or had a meeting one-on-one with the National Commissioner about the allegations concerning the task team. This is what this says. The other thing also, I might as well, while I raise this, that the note also doesn't say is that, and by the way, this team operated illegally since 2022 because you know what, in terms of a 2019 work study, you know, this is just a temporary task team, and I had full authority under the Constitution and the Police Act to disband it. That's also not what this is. That is what I'm asking you about. So I'm asking you, is that an oversight? Is that not what your instructions were? Can you tell us why is there a discrepancy between your evidence of yesterday and today and this note which comes from your lawyers?
Well, I don't have sight of your letter in terms of what you wanted from us by the 31st. But even if I have, if there was an omission, I'm ready to admit that there would have been an omission. But today, I have a submission. I have a submission that I've made to the Ad Hoc Committee, and I've included everything that is at my disposal, understanding fully that I'm in front of the Ad Hoc Commission, and we've done work with the lawyers. We've already pointed at some of the discrepancies anyway in the letters and all of that during some earlier submissions. And I have no problem with that. It would mean that it would have been a discrepancy. But we are in the Ad Hoc Committee, and I've tried my best to remember everything. That includes, by the way, even matters that you didn't ask us to bring to your attention at the time that you demanded or you requested information, which I will make available in the course of this engagement with the Ad Hoc Committee, even though you didn't ask for those. And I'm sure you'll understand and bear with us if there is any discrepancy.
Well, quite frankly, that doesn't matter whether we ask for it or not. When you have an opportunity, I'll read our letter to your lawyers now, but the response is a detailed response from your lawyers. It's a detailed response, and you have it in front of you. It's on page 6 of Exhibit Bundle 4. And I'd be, and especially that I also happen to know and have huge regard for your lawyers who are advising in this matter, that they wouldn't mention. They don't mention anything about having a consultation with the National Commissioner. This is what we asked. Request for information. It is dated, what's today? Yeah. It's dated, request for information. The date, time, and people who attended the briefing or briefings to the Minister on the political killings task team. We mentioned. Time of the meeting, there was one it's 21 November, we met with the deputy ministers. The affidavit, the affidavit submitted by the minister to the ethics committee, which we will have a look at in respect to the 5th March committee hearing. The evidence leaders first requested this information on 12 September 2025. Request for written responses. What, in the minister's understanding, is the constitutional role of the Minister of Police as against the National Commission, which has been explained. a chronology and summary of the complaints received in respect of the PKTT and, where possible, documentary evidence of such complaint. You've got the Haas, you've got Nhlanhla, you've got Adams, all those things. Were these complaints directed to the relevant persons, and were they given an opportunity to respond or address the complaints? If so, who are the persons to whom the complaints were directed? They talk about Nkabindi's letter to IDEC and the referral of the complaint. Did General Mkhwanazi make an attempt to contact you after the directive that you issued on 31 December 2024? So those are the questions that we asked, and these are the responses. And what is missing from this response is any meeting or engagement with either the National Commissioner or Mkhwanazi or Khumalo about the political killings task team and your concerns about it, which has by now already been informed by the Haas, Nhlanhla. You had a meeting with your deputies on the 21st of November. You talk about a decision, not even a suggestion. A decision was taken by you and your deputy ministers that you would engage the National Commission. And you didn't. Or are you saying you did, but it's now missing from this response from your lawyers?
Now, I want to repeat in my response that if I didn't include, or we didn't include in our response to you, any issue, for instance, about the decision that we took or the resolution that we took, it does not mean that we did not resolve, as I say in this submission to the Ad Hoc Committee. We did resolve in the manner that I'm saying in my affidavit today. If it was omitted there, it means there was an oversight. That's number one. Number two, if we didn't include the meeting of the 21st and the 22nd, it would mean that it was an omission, or it would mean that we were still trying to get information on that, but we always knew that that discussion did take place, but we just had to submit evidence to you to say we did have a discussion, even if it was not a day, even if it was not with the three generals, but we did have a meeting or meetings that we discussed, and we've shown evidence, we've given you evidence of the meeting of the 21st. And we say there was another meeting. We may not necessarily have access to that in terms of documents, but it did take place, and it is true that it did take place. Now, we may not have indicated everything in our response at the time, but we acknowledge that we have tried by all means to make an effort to bring everything we are aware of to my statement, not just to that response at that time, to the statement to the Ad Hoc Committee, which we have tried to make as inclusive as possible of everything to the best of our ability. And I think that that would be my statement, that there may be an omission of one kind or the other, but it doesn't mean that what we are bringing today should be disregarded in any way.
Okay. So this is not quite a court case, so I'm not going to engage you any further. I've put to you from our side what our understanding is from the evidence that's been led so far. You've given your version. I'm just going to leave it there. Okay. Now, on again, your engagement on the first. This was what is called a follow-up meeting, and I'm referring. Sorry, Honourable Chair, honourable members. Exhibit Bundle 4. The the minister's follow-up meeting on HRM matters on the 1st of November, including the organizational structure. And the reference is at page 164 and following. And at that meeting, so again, firstly, this is not a focused meeting on the political killings task team, we accept that. This is perhaps a meeting where does the PKTT fit into the organizational structure? It is not about what have you been doing since your establishment? Has it been a success or not? Is it time to terminate it or not? This is just where it falls in. And this is then what you are recorded as saying, and it's on page 3 of 15 at the bottom. The minister indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about addressing serious crimes. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures or units based on specific category, which whilst these duplicate existing capabilities. Ministers directed that the presentation should have a narrative to the relationship between provincial commissioners and deputy national commissioners, and must explain their roles and their constitutional, legislative, imperative or composition. Then at the bottom of that page, General Masemola indicated that the matter of provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago, and that there's a dotted line to the deputy national commissioners. And then later on he says, he gave an example, he further explained, the very last sentence on page 3, he further explained that a political killing capability that is in place in the form of a task team and not a fixed unit or establishment. So that minister appears to be the sum total of what was mentioned at the meeting and what was discussed. And then further to that, yesterday, you took us through this document on page 178, which is the organizational structure, which is this document that you took us through yesterday, that was also on the board. And it appears from this document that the political task team is not, it doesn't feature. It features under another category, murder and robbery and so on. So I think we need to round off on this point now. About you, we say not engaging, let alone consulting the National Commissioner and or Lieutenant General Khumalo, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the political killings task team. Not at all. Or no. Are you just maintaining that you did?
No, do you want me to respond now?
Yes, just so that we can round off this topic.
I want to contest that, and I've contested that. I am saying there is evidence of discussions and decisions as from 2019 on the political killings task team. That was a long time before I came. It took the form of a new organogram with specialized units in SAPS, which were meant to focus on specific issues regarding crime, fighting crime in South Africa that was in the offing at that time in the country, and a structure which was a change in terms of SAPS, was designed and it was put there following a study. It took some time before that study was completed or even that structure could then be implemented. But at some point, and in the process, there were then extensions on the work of the political killings task team. And it took that form. But there was already a view, a very strong view, that the political task team, National Political Killings Task Team, is a temporal structure. It's not a permanent feature in the constitution, in the organogram. Even at that time, as early as that time, 2019, a year after the Political Killings Task Team was there, and long before I came. And then the structure was there. And then last year, we start discussing the organogram. And we pull up everything, all the things that I'm talking about. And we come up with the organizational structure. And this organizational structure bears features of what had been discussed in the work study from 2019 to a great extent. I even said, take note of the fact that the new structure that has been signed, which we started last year, has ORS. Take note of that. Separated now from VISPOL, and that's a new development. But they did say it was at one point there, but they did away with it. And I said, take note of the fact that we have removed the police inspectorate in the new organogram. And take note that there is political killings task team as a sub-unit in the new organogram, just like it had been recognized during the work study that you must have units now in a coordinated way. The signed organizational structure, if you have it now in the form that it is, but you keep the current structure, or you keep the team, the National Political Killings Task Team, you will irresponsibly overstretch your budget unnecessarily. That's one. You will duplicate functions within the organogram. 3, you will have people who will not be used or will not be utilized. Now, these are people called people within the serious and violent crimes unit, which has been created. And it will have an impression, it will also overlap to organized crime unit, which is there, but you still keep one other temporal structure outside the organogram, which is approved and which is budgeted for. And my argument is that it will not be responsible. It will not be rational to do so, because the structure already provides for that. And worse, it provides for that, including in the Eastern Cape, including in the Western Cape, including in Gauteng, not just KZN, the 4 provinces that are heavily affected by crime. So you won't have to take 10 people from KZN to go and assist in Gauteng. You will not have to have Fort Hare like incidents, and then you go and say, I'm borrowing people from KZN. Why would you do that? You will have a sustained and sustainable organizational structure operated by us at a national level. And to me, that makes sense, and it will work better. And the current budget that we are using for a separate, standalone National Political Killings Task Team will be infused and will be utilized and evenly distributed throughout the country. To me, it makes absolute sense to do so.
Okay.
And it is responsible to do so. Okay. And it will cater for our needs all over. And especially if you put in the new division that we're talking about to assist SAPS uniform and to assist even the units that will be functioning in those 4 provinces. But the structure provides for functionality and existence of those units in all other provinces. And I'm saying to you, Central, we do not exist as South African police to just investigate incidents of killings for councillors. We don't. There is no such a mandate. SAPS has to serve everybody. Even if you've got to make sure that the resources of the country are used to the best of your ability to protect the people of South Africa, not a particular group of people. Not. It is not like that. And we've got to tackle this particular issue, that there are no better lives than the others who are equal in South Africa. So you can't have a task team solely dedicated to a particular grouping of people somewhere and not, if you have to have a taxi violence unit, it must be everywhere where there is tax violence. And this structure is designed to have just that. You're not going to have a structure for taxi people in Mpumalanga alone. And you say, whenever there's taxi violence in Western Cape and also, you will borrow people from there. And I'm saying I'm answering to the imperatives of the 7th administration. And that is what it says. And they're different from other imperatives in any other term. So I am here to share information and to the best of my ability, what I've come to understand in terms of my responsibilities, not just to justify what I found there, but to change and make things better. I'm not here to justify that which is there, I'm not able to tamper with, even though I have power to do so for the betterment of the people of South Africa. I can't agree to that.
But do you accept, Minister, that even if, or where you have the power, this huge responsible power,
yes,
to change things for the better of our country and for our citizens,
yes,
that you also have to consult with people before you exercise that power, the people who are directly affected when you exercise that power. For example, to shut down a political killings task team that our president thought in May 2018, not thought, he came here. He said the political killings, not because he was discriminating or treating killings in KZN different from killings elsewhere in the country. He said this has become a problem. And I need a dedicated approach to resolve this problem.
Yes.
Can I now speak? So this problem is addressed by the formation of a political task team. He appoints an interministerial committee. Now, we're not going to debate the legality, constitutionality of whether you could disband it or not. But there is the committee. Colleagues with you in your cabinet. Did you not think it was important to engage with them? There is absolutely no indication from your lawyer's notes, from your statement, from your oral evidence here yesterday and today, that you engage with them to say, colleagues, this is now weighing heavily on my mind. It's already heading towards the end of the year. I feel like writing a letter on the 31st of December. Can we discuss this? You discuss it with your deputy ministers, but you don't discuss it with your other ministers. Key players, Minister of Intelligence, Minister of Defense, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. These are the ministers that form this group. So even if it's a political structure, and even if the task team according to you, were acting under its direction and it was a political issue. Even more reason why you should have consulted with them and engaged with them. Why didn't you?
Now, just a question first. Are you suggesting that we must ignore the meeting of the 1st and the meeting of the 22nd and remove it from my evidence? That it doesn't exist, even though I say it does exist?
I'm not going to remove anything.
Okay.
Whatever you have said here yesterday, whatever is on paper is part of our record and it will be taken into account when an evaluation is made by me, by other honorable members of this committee. They, of course, have minds of their own. They're going to evaluate the evidence. I'm asking you a specific question, and I've directed you to the fact that there was this committee, this interministerial committee, and there's no indication from you on your evidence, not discarding anything else, that you had not engaged with your colleagues.
I am happy, Senior Counsel, that you recognize the meeting of the 1st of November. I am happy, Senior Counsel, that you recognize the meeting of the 22nd where these matters were raised. But in answer to you, there was no dedicated day. There was no dedicated meeting to discuss the National Political Killings Task Team before I wrote the letter of directives. But I am putting it that the directive does indicate the need for a meeting on the 20th of January, that is after, to discuss in the form of a report. I am saying there was also an indication for the need to discuss in the UNESCO later in January. So those matters were recognized, and I'm saying this is a political task team in SAPS, and don't equate it to policing, overall policing in South Africa, to make me feel guilty that I didn't consult on the team specifically in a dedicated manner in a day. Don't make me feel guilty, because I'm not guilty for that. There are many other things that I needed to do and that I would do that would involve everybody and so on. So, and there are many things that I discussed which are fundamental, which involved everybody. So don't create an impression that I don't consult, even though I show evidence that Minister, I do consult.
Sorry to interrupt.
And we did have meetings.
I didn't create any impression.
I'm happy with that.
A question. I put something to you, and then I asked you a question. I put to you that there's no indication from you, either in writing or in your oral evidence, that you ever consulted, and you haven't, still in your response now, you haven't mentioned the interministerial committee. So that is what I put to you, and that's the question I'm asking you, and you're not answering the question whether or not you consulted with your colleagues in cabinet, especially since you're a relatively new minister in that portfolio. You've got other ministers in the cabinet that form part of that committee who have been in their positions for quite a while, who could assist you, they could make an input, they could guide you. You haven't answered that question.
Yes, let me answer. There is no IMC in the 7th administration, like which featured in the 6th administration as a structure that was presiding over the steering committee and any other structure below on the political task team. It doesn't exist in the 7th administration. That is a fact. Secondly, you don't run a department like that. You don't say, just because you have your colleagues, you are going to convene a meeting to discuss any aspect of your department. You discuss in cabinet, you discuss in cabinet committees, you discuss in any other committee or whatever structure that exists. That's how government functions. Now, you can't just convene. You're not president. You can't just convene and say, you are older than me in cabinet. I want you to come and discuss with me some matter. Doesn't work like that. Now, that's number one. Number two, I have indicated that I didn't breach any law. I do want us to have an agreement or a consensus that I didn't convene a meeting with General Masimula, General Mkhwanazi, and General Kumal doesn't constitute an offense in the department or anywhere or in the state. It doesn't. That's why I talk about, don't impose a feeling of guilt just because I didn't have a meeting with them. It doesn't work like that. If the discussions took a different form, it then means that it took a different form. If it was not adequate in the sense that it did not go for a full day or so, then so be it. But it shouldn't be registered in this ad hoc committee that I never made any statement for the need of review for the kind of situation that exists now, even though it is written in black and white that we did make policy statements in these meetings. And I'm putting that very strongly that these matters were raised in meetings. If they were not adequate, it means that time for adequate, focused discussions on the matter would have come. Remember, when I wrote this letter, I was 5 months into a 5-year term. But it wasn't necessary. And I'm still saying, I stand by my letter, and it was legitimate, and it was proper that I raised this matter, because by then I had felt that we may even be breaching PFMA. And I needed to be able to be ready to say, when the year comes, I must be able to say, when I realized that there is that possibility, I didn't just keep quiet, even though we may be breaching the law. And that is important to me. That's important to me. So I consulted not on the disbandment, but on the need to review in whatever. But there were matters, as I say, that precipitated the writing of the letter of the 21st. But I did say, even though I decided on the 31st to do it, there were matters that couldn't allow me to consult on the basis of the risk that I explained yesterday. Because if I said this is one of the factors that are making me reach this decision, I couldn't discuss that at that time with them. I needed a particular platform, and this platform is one of those, and the platform in the commission is one of those appropriately created platforms where we can then discuss these matters which concern other people who are affected by matters in the political killings task team. And I'm happy with the two platforms, that they offer us a full spectrum. So I'm saying, don't reach any conclusion on the matter, because you haven't heard it all until everything that has been concluded is there. But I am saying very strongly, even if there was no full day, even if there was no meeting with the three generals that you're talking about, There were policy statements that were made in those two meetings, and they conveyed very clearly what my intentions as minister was. Clearly, beyond any doubt, that I wanted a review, and it is based on work that was started in 2019, very clear. And I have shown that you couldn't have a double, you couldn't have a structure that you intend implementing, which caters for the work of the political killings task team, but still have the political killings task team. You can't say so. You can't have that. It would be irrational. In fact, if I would have been called to account, I wouldn't be able to account. Why do you keep this team when you have a structure that you are supposed to be implementing, which you could have implemented long ago? You don't implement it, but you just keep. And why do you keep a team that deals with matters of a limited category of people in South Africa?
Minister,
when the majority of people are being killed there, you don't have the same specialization. You can't do that.
With due respect, you've made the point. You made the point. Some of us may even agree with you. Some of us may even agree with you that, you know, it should be, your resources should be spread not only evenly, but equally, so that all our citizens are protected in the same way. We may even agree with you, but we're talking about a specific matter here, a task team that was established, they say in accordance with the law. For the first time, you come and your lawyers come and say, actually, that team since 2022 was an unlawful structure. That's open to debate. We're not sitting as a court of law. We'll debate it. We've heard you. I've asked you about the interministerial committee. The short answer after your long answer now has been, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Under the seventh administration, it doesn't. So maybe you can tell us when or where, or in some cabinet committee meeting, or where this initiative of the president has now been abandoned. Maybe you can provide that to the committee. Our focus, so the short answer is that you didn't consult your colleagues. You say you've just been a few months into the position. One would have thought that's even more reason why you should have consulted your colleagues.
No,
because
I didn't have to consult them.
Just because one of the most important aspects, not only of the political killings task team, but of other specialist dedicated teams, is working together in a multidisciplinary way, which most people seem to accept is the most effective way of dealing with crime, is in a multidisciplinary way, and the contribution that a dedicated prosecutor plays in that role. Because that's one of the important things that the task team established. They have a prosecutor who directs and says, no, I think you need more evidence here. I think you need to get a statement from that one there. That is all directed by the prosecutor so that the case comes to court quicker. And when it does come to court, the case is ready for trial. Now, let me move on from that. I think I've got the answer that I asked you for, and the honourable members have heard your response. And if they want to take it further, they'll get the opportunity. Now, is it also your evidence that a number of task teams, and I'm asking you, the foreign vehicle task team, the multi-trio task team, the kidnapping and ransom team, the extortion team, the counterintelligence task team, the anti-gang task team, the cash in transit task team, this is called the knockout team. Before I make light of it, they seem to be an important, they concentrate on illicit mining. So maybe it's the Zamas and all that. The narcotics task team, the provincial tracing task team, and I think, the illegal mining task team. These task teams, do you accept they not on the organogram? Either.
Where are you reading from? because
I'm reading from the Murray study, the 2024 study, which you'll find next to your statement.
No, they are in the they are in the organogram, but I have said the aim of the study group, of the study, the work study, was to reconfigure these standalone task teams, which they criticized and said, let us have a form of integration, which is reflected in the new structure. And I pointed at two main units. We don't call them, remove task teams, integrate them into units. And there are two units. They are called, one, serious and violent crimes, and which is murder and robbery. And there's a list there, it's reconfigured. And then there's organized crime unit. We're talking units now. We're not talking series of task teams, this team. It's integrated into units, which get to be part of the organogram, which gets to be budgeted for properly.
Okay. Is your answer, firstly, do you agree it is not on the approved structure which you showed us yesterday? This is the approved structure that was on the board, on the screen.
Is there no gang unit there? Anti-gang unit?
There is, under serious and violent crimes,
yes.
There's murder and robbery, there's stock theft, there is vehicle crime, and there is taxi violence. That's under serious and violent. Then under organized crime, firearms, economic and illicit mining, there's extortion, there's narcotics, there's transnational, and there's anti-gang.
Yes.
So my question,
it is there, as you read.
Yes. So my question was, are all these specialist task teams, are they accommodated in this structure?
Yes, but in a reconfigure.
I also want to be fair to you.
Yes.
Are they, because it seems to be your answer also, they integrated into this structure?
Yes, that's the answer.
Okay. So let me come to the question I actually want to ask you. So does that mean that the only specific task team that was disestablished was the political killings task team?
Plus a unit called inspectorate so far.
And I'm looking at the list that is on page 103 of the Murray study of 2024, which is annexure SM2 to your statement. It starts at page 93. Yeah.
So I want to go back. Your earlier question, yes, all these teams that you were reading, unless integrated specifically, they are returning. They are in the new structure. They may be called exactly as they were called in what you were reading or called others, but they are now integrated in the main under a unit called serious and violent crimes. That's number one. And the neighbor, in terms of functionality on the ground of the structure, their neighbor is organized crime. It is there. They work in tandem. But I want to add another feature. You know, there's DPCI, whose main core business is to deal with organized crime in South Africa. So we must guard against overlapping into DPCI. DPCI deals with, I think, 4 and 5 degree crimes. That is serious crimes. And SAPS deal with first degree, second degree, I think, and third degree, and they share. So there's sharing of responsibilities of organized crime between SAPS in that form and DPCI, which is a SAPS component, very important component on organized crime in South Africa. So if you have DPCI, that is the Hawks, dealing and created specifically to deal with serious organized crime, but at higher degrees, and then you have ourselves reconfiguring ourselves in the manner that we have done so, even catering with first and second degree of violent crimes. Why would you have the serious, political killings task team? Why would you have a team? You won't be able to justify it. And also looking at that, it focuses in KZN, and it doesn't focus in one day. We had a meeting, I think, in this room. The honorable member of the portfolio committee of police, Honorable James. For some time we couldn't talk because she raised her voice beyond anything that was alive here, even closing the chair of the portfolio committee. So we had to sit up straight and listen. I didn't treat it as noise. I treated it as a very, very grieving voice, let alone a very grieving voice from a member of parliament.
Yeah, no, she
directed to me,
very passionate,
that I'm not doing enough and I need to answer. And this is the way I'm saying I'm answering. And one day she will see that I was serious when I said I'm addressing the matter. It may take time, and those people who are dying in the Cape Flats, they will know one day that we are taking those matters seriously. And we can't do that via the political killings task team. I'm honest with that. We've got to respond in this fashion. And I'm confident that we will respond. We are responding properly once this structure is implemented.
Okay.
Supervised by us.
So can I move on from there and ask you, put this to you. After the directive was issued, the National Commissioner responded to you on the 22nd, not quite the 20th, which you required him to respond by, the 22nd, and he responded to you, you wanted a report. And in that report, he still doesn't tell you, Honourable Minister, I hereby acknowledge receipt of your directive of 31 December 2024. I agree with you, I disagree with you, I'm going to close the political task team. He doesn't say that at all. You will remember, I don't think we because of time, we need to go over his response. We've dealt with it in this committee. His evidence is there, what he said. But in essence, what he says is this is going to be not closed down immediately, but it's going to be phased out. To be fair, he doesn't say to you, Minister, I've got a problem with your directive. I don't think you had the power or authority to do so. I dispute it or I challenge you. He deals with it and he says, this is the plan. But he also points out the successes of the team. So that's on the 22nd of January. Then there is the meeting. In the meantime, just for the record, and if you want to respond, you can respond. In the meantime, Mkhwanazi sends you a WhatsApp on the 4th of April. And I think it's on page 51, it's EB5, and it's in Exhibit Bundle 3. And I mentioned this, we don't need to debate it because I want to get to the Portfolio Committee of the 5th of March. He said on the 5th, have you got it in front of you?
You can read that.
Sorry, the Mkhwanazi's WhatsApp to you on the 5th of April. It is in Exhibit Bundle 3, and it's EB5 at page 51.
Yeah, you can go on.
Okay. He says, Sawubona, Minister. You're both from KZN.
No, you can move on.
It says, Sawubona, Minister. Please forgive for writing this message directly, but I feel that I must respectfully request a meeting in order to deal with internal issues within our organization, which affects me and my family, and has a potential of destabilizing our crime-fighting efforts. I tried to reach out through Ngabindi in his private capacity early in January this year, and later I spoke to him in his capacity as Chief of Staff. And again, I had a special request to the National Commissioner to try and secure the meeting before our appearance before the Portfolio Committee and Police. This situation is escalating, and it has a potential of demoralizing our hard-working members, and there are even politicians that are using these social media posts to sow divisions within the SAPS. I do not like what's happening. Hence, I feel that the minister must call us into a meeting.
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to the time. I acknowledge the letter. I have it.
Can I just finish reading it?
Oh, okay.
So that we can iron out everything that is dominating the media space. I do not like, it is my plea that the minister calls the National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sabia, Lieutenant General Kumalo, myself, Major General Khan, Mr. Nkabinde, and Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi in order to get to the bottom of the problem. It is the prerogative of the minister to invite the executive director, IPID, if he feels it necessary. I have requested to take a vacation leave tomorrow and Friday, but I can make time if the minister decides to meet this week. I hope my request will be favorably received, I take it. And then your response, this is your response. Your WhatsApp message was received, will revert at some point.
Okay. You have asked me two questions, General Masimula's response and the request by General Mkhwanazi. Let me respond. Let me start with General Mkhwanazi. I received this, I confirm. I read it, I confirm. I responded to him, I confirm. Now, I started by asking myself, what kind of a structure is this? I was alone. I think we don't have a structure like this in SAPS. Doesn't exist. Where you call the National Commissioner Sbia Kumalo, call Mkhwanazi, you don't have it. I've been working as an executive for quite some time, provincial and otherwise. You can't call a meeting like this. I couldn't call it.
So why did you ignore it? Because there is no such a structure.
I'm not complete. I haven't completed my response. Okay. I took a decision that I wouldn't call a meeting like this because I wouldn't know what do I call it? It can't be done. You can't do so as a minister. You can't. As a matter of principle, you can't do it.
Even if it raises clearly serious concerns. Why couldn't you tell him, okay, Mkhwanazi, I'm not going to convene this meeting that you request because there is no such a structure, but I will meet with you. I will talk to you. You tell him you will revert, but you say, yeah, you will revert at some point. And the point is you never did.
Now read the first paragraph properly. It says, please forgive me for writing this message directly, but I feel I must respectfully request a meeting in order to deal with internal issues within our organization, which affects me and my family, and has a potential of destabilizing our crime fighting efforts.
Yes, a very respectful meeting. It doesn't, it's not a demand.
Now, let me respond, Senior Counsel. I'm saying as a matter of principle, I couldn't convene a meeting like that, where I invite Brown Mkhwanazi, who is outside the organization, who is not part of internal organization if our organization means SAPS, which is my interpretation. Then I call somebody and say, come and let us discuss internal issues. But secondly, General Mkhwanazi says there are matters that are affecting him and his family. Now, what I wanted to do, I wanted to have a meeting in terms of response here, to have a meeting with him alone to say, what is the aspect that affects you and your family in the work of the organization and so on, before I could convene a meeting. But generally, on this one, I wouldn't do so. I wouldn't invite Mkhwanazi in a meeting where I'm meeting the generals of SAPS.
So why, Minister, why didn't you just tell him? I will revert to you, but you should know. We cannot discuss matters of the importance that you raise with private third parties or private citizens. So yes, I will call a meeting, but it will exclude Mkhwanazi or anyone else that's not an officer that serves in the South African police.
That would
have been a better response.
It would have come in a meeting that, when I rationalized properly after responding to him, that no, the best thing to do is to call General Mkhwanazi alone, and we meet and we discuss this to say, in order to respond with integrity on the WhatsApp, there must be a particular way, but it would definitely exclude Brown Mkhwanazi. But I want to have a meeting with you alone so that you can give an indication of what you want me to discuss. That's what happened. Now, so as a principle, let's separate that. But my thought was I would have a meeting with him so that he could take me to confidence to discuss this matter. Now, this message came on the 5th of April. Okay. But by the 5th of April, a lot of other things had already happened, and they happened, even though I responded in the manner that I responded. And I meant to respond properly to General Mkhwanazi in terms of just respecting that he sent me an SMS and I undertook to meet him. But in the meantime, parallel to those things, a lot of things happened. Now, let me come to those things. Firstly, when I wrote a letter, I mean, when there was a leak on my letter, and General Mkhwanazi, this letter, I mean, these directives landed on him. He responded in a particular way. And it was either on the 2nd or 3rd of January. That is before this WhatsApp came. When he responds to the chief of staff, one of the things that the chief of staff did was to phone me to say, Minister, General Mkhwanazi is in possession of the letter. Apparently the letter leaked and so on, because I heard it from him, chief of staff, that there was this letter leaked. So it says it leaked. Oh, okay. Then it says, hey, but minister, he's very angry. He's angry about what? About your letter, not about the leak, about the letter. How is General Mkhwanazi angry about my letter to the National Commissioner, which has been leaked to him, but it is going to the National Commissioner? I, Minister, is very angry. Oh, so what is he saying? There's, well, a number of things that came, but I'm going to just summarize.
This is Kambeni.
Kabinda talking to me about his conversation with General Mkhwanazi in response to my letter, to the leaked letter.
And when is this? This must be in early January.
It's early January, Senior Counsel.
So this is before the SM.
It's before this.
The meeting.
Yes. It says it's angry. Okay. Further to that, he is saying the minister must withdraw this letter. He's talking to my chief of staff. Withdraw the letter. Yes, the letter of directives. Why? He is angry. He is angry. That was the running message to me. Oh, okay. Let me just pause and think about anger and say something about anger. When you are angry about a particular situation, my take is that there could be somebody else who is also angry, but you may not be in touch with those people or that person. So you may not know the weight of anger of the other people in relation to your weight of anger. So it's just a natural thing that will affect somebody's feelings and you'll react in a particular way, but it can't be policy of a country. It can't instruct, it can't guide the minister that somebody is angry somewhere because of what, and then you say you must shape your thoughts according to the anger of somebody, because somebody else may be less angry or even more angry.
Yes, sir.
So it's a very difficult. So let me go on. So it says angry. Okay. And it says withdraw. You need to withdraw.
That's what Kambindi tells you.
That is what Kambindi tells me. Withdraw the letter. It's quite strong. Number 3, I'm in a long conversation over days because I'm summarizing. He then says beyond that, if the minister doesn't withdraw, there's going to be a fight back. A fight back. And I underlined that term. It means that it would be a fight back directed to me as the writer of the letter. A fight back. Why would General Mkhwanazi want a fight back? What attack? What's the war about?
We had a taste of it on the 6th of July.
Pardon?
We had a taste of it on the 6th of July when he had the media briefing.
On underlining that fight back that he is said to have mentioned as a term to Mkhwanazi, I then said, well, let's see, Chief of Staff, let's watch the space and see what's going to happen. And if you want me to jump to July, I would say to you that event of July was triggered by my letter of the 31st of November, because I didn't know what the fight back would be about, what it would entail, what form it would take. But it did inform me about what could be his feelings and intentions to fight back. That minister has written directives to the national commissioner, and a provincial commissioner wants a fight back, and that he wants the minister to withdraw the letter. And one of the things that was racing in my mind, how does this affect General Mkhwanazi to a point where he would say he wants there's going to be fight back? But let me pass that because we need to move faster.
Yeah, because this is what Nkambindi tells you. This general is very angry. He's talking about a fight back. He wants the directive withdrawn, and then.
So I'm moving on.
Yes, and then are you still trying to contextualize your response or lack of response to his WhatsApp on the 4th of April, which is what I asked you about? He requests this meeting.
When I responded to you, I said before and after he wrote the letter, there were a lot of other things, and I'm outlining those. Okay, I'm not trying, I'm doing so. So the next term that came, or information that Kabinde brought, was that he's making a lot of calls in this regard to say, have you spoken to the minister? And have you informed the minister, or have you conveyed the message? And so on and so on. But out of all these things, I underlined anger. And I underlined fight back. Now, in fact, there is a tape recording which I had requested to be made of part of the conversation of him, of Chief of Staff and Cabinet. I don't know whether they prepared it so that you can hear directly on your own that recording. I don't know whether it is.
No. My colleague, Ms. Nhlanhla, is just listening to it. That's why, Honorable Chair, she's excused herself. And we will play it shortly.
Yeah. I would say on a lighter note, Senior Counsel, that's what happens. That's what happens when you prepare. In my conversations with the office, it was going to be read and made ready. Now, when I want it, it is not there. The questions that you fired to me, that there's something that is not there in my preparation, but it is there in my evidence. It happened exactly the way it has happened to you. But I'm saying this on a lighter note.
So what's your score now? Like 1-1? You didn't prepare. I didn't prepare.
No, I'm just saying.
We're not doing as well as Bafana.
No, but I want to go on.
I think we got the audio this morning. So it's a bit short notice, but anyway, just before the game started,
Okay, let me move on. So it shapes your thinking because you are now sitting up straight. What are you sitting up straight for is fight back between General Mkhwanazi, who is provincial commissioner.
So just while we wait for the audio and before we play it, did that inform your response on the 4th of August that you had now previously been told, in fact, even heard the kind of anger of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi? Did that inform your response by say, look, I've received, but I'll revert to you shortly?
No, it got to my environment, but I can't respond in that particular way. It just got into my environment. Now, let me move on.
Sorry, Minister, Chair, can we just take a very short break? I just want to discuss this audio because, Minister, I take it you would prefer the audio to be played before we carry on.
Yes, just a brief thing. I think there are aspects that I think the Ad Hoc Committee would need as part of my evidence.
Honorable Chair, can we just have a very, very short?
Yeah, I want you to note that You have requested, the two of you have requested these honorable members to give you 2 days. And they have gracefully given you the 2 days. When we come back, we are going to play the video, the evidence material. And then from there, for sure, 20 or 30 minutes later, we are going to take a comfort break. When we come back from break, you should be moving towards concluding today's session. That is my request to you.
So to break now for 30 minutes, which is inclusive of preparing.
If we break now, it means you will no longer have another break. It will lead us to the end of the session. So the session that we are going to have after break cannot go beyond 2 hours.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So sorry, Chair. Shall we just break now for half an hour?
Look,
then from there we're going to
whatever arrangement you want to go into is between you and the witness. Make that arrangement that is in the interest of these members who have given you 2 days to do everything and conclude.
So perhaps let's just have the half an hour break, and when we come back, we will continue until 2:30.
Yeah, you know why I'm saying this. Yourself and the minister must help us. We have taken a lot of time on this PKTT matter. If you can help us, where you just need a short answer, let's get that short answer and move forward.
It's not a short answer, but the request from the minister, which I'm inclined to agree we should grant, is that we should play this audio conversation, discussion, whatever you want to call it, between Mkhwanazi and Kabende, because it's important context for the minister's response.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that where a straightforward answer is needed, that answer should be given.
Well, maybe you've got the power to direct. You can give a directive.
No, I can't. I can't.
That the minister must give short answers.
I can't encroach. You are the one who is leading.
Yeah, no, I've invited the response, and the response from the minister, which I entirely think is reasonable.
But what I heard from you is that now the score is 1-1. So may you please announce what you want to see happening now, so that when we come back, we know that.
If we can all agree to break for half an hour, when we come back, and we'll play the audio.
We come back at 12:30. We can't go beyond 2 o'clock.
As you please, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members who are taking a 30 minutes comfort break. Good afternoon, once again, honorable members. The evidence material that is going to be played here was received this morning around between 10 o'clock and between 10 and 11. So our language services were not aware that they may be required to come and provide certain services to you. But we got an official who is available, who is going to join us online. And the material has been sent to the official to go through it before it is played. So the official has requested 5 minutes more. So we will be alerted when the official has joined, for sure in the next 4 to 5 minutes. And then we can go ahead with the proceedings. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the honorable members.
Good afternoon to you. May you please introduce yourself?
My name is Michael Koliso Sithole.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stoll. I'm told that you have received the evidence material. Is that so?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And have you had a chance to listen to it?
No, Chairperson, I prioritized yourselves first, just to be on board to inform you that I've already connected. Then I just need to listen to the audio. I did listen to it a little bit, and the manager, Mr. Nduli, requested me to connect so that the committee is aware that I'm online, so that we don't delay the proceedings. I will just need, I don't know how long it is. I may need just 3 minutes.
Yeah, but the language that is used as a medium in the audio, do you understand it, so that we don't have a situation where you come back and say, hey, I don't understand this language?
I'm Zulu. I'm a former head of interpreters for Zulu in Hansard.
Okay, so, no, we have comfort with that statement. So just play the video first, the audio first, and then go through it. For the time that you have requested, you will inform us when you are ready to proceed.
As may please the Chairperson.
Thank you so much.
Funeka abe aware of dynamics organization. Where do we come from? What was our land back in the days? And what is going on now? More than anything, in to withdraw a task team, a business investigation, and yet we have not received a presentation at the investigation officially. When I'm at least okay now, when I everything, I was saying to myself, if I forgot to say, I assume any problem for now, there, which I gave Because we are now talking about operational things. And whether you can't say this doesn't work, this works. How would you get into the conclusion? In my appointment, if there's an intelligence that you have that says unali manipulation, unali things, then you can justify and say, okay, before you continue now, I'm in brief food once here's about it. But the low stopping operation on its track, investigation on its track, we stop it. It's going to have some implications. So that was my concern. We check Natal and local menai. And for tomorrow, would abe at the next trailer. Isn't being some officials because isn't some officials who is a problem. Some officials of the Natal it's such a decision now, but a decision about officials who say decision about Flavi. In some way, 30 apply his mind on it.
Anje nalento ke sivela kanjena kwamina ngingakamtsheli yabona nje hey isiyahlupha ngoba
yilabo sifuna umtshela khona ubona ukuthi the reason why ufuna ukumbona into njengana lezi
ngoba manje uyabona kwayena izogcina ifikile kushuthi lento ngoba sazi phela iseculator kanjani lento manje
izofika
and inegama lami phezulu mayesethi awusangitshela into esensitive kangaka
ilapho sefanele umtshela khona ukuthi ngithe mangabe ngifuna ukubona ngale ndaba le wathi wasihlangana eCape Town so umtshela ukuthi bona ndifuna ukubona wathi wasihlangana eCape Town. I was willing to drive as well because there are certain things that came to my attention. But when what was in the Cape Town, so within the Cape Town.
Hey. Sengombona kusasa ngimtshele sengomkhombisa nayo lento esibhalwe kanje la. Ngaphela
esizana esayidini manje izinto.
Na isikhuluma yonke into lena as much as nawe kade uwonisha ama fight back nani kodwa le ngathi kuya exaggerate.
That's what is going to stand up.
Ngoba yabona nje angikhumbuli uthi small boy. And manje into exakayo the real facts angwaboni lana yabona nje mekuthiwa mhlambe bekulalela ifoni amafoni ethu kufanele ngabe ubhalile la ukuthi akayiyeke lento mengabe clean noma me ukuthi akakaze athathe lutho kumuntu into ezikanjalo kufanele ngabe sibhaliwe la
exactly
mekuwukuthi lo muntu ebelalela amafoni
conversation
ngoba yabona lokho bengeka kushiya ngaphela ku inline ngalezi zinto ayishoyo yeah ngoba lokho wewarrant awukazi ukusho
imagine
kazi ukusho uyichazile impela nje ukuthi fight back nje and I'm sure now umonisha phela ngoba uyamazi awuqala ukumazi manje yeah ukuthi kuzoba ne fight back la mawuzazi uclean amaphoyisa azokujijibeza.
Yeah, because that's what they're going to do. But must be to survive and others who can't go down on them. So that is my only worry. But I not long enough.
I know some explain. Mhlambe my say ithola nazo lezi zinto mhlambe uzokuthinta.
Hayi, ngizozwa ngayo.
Soza mothu uthini. Then lama sengimbonile mhlambe ngizokubrief.
Yabona namanje ngisasho ngithi the biggest thing that I've been talking about angekho umuntu ofuna ukuyilalela kuze namhlanje eyokuthi abantu be-intelligence make batholakala benze into wrong akumelanga bathathwe departmentally kumele basuswe ku-crime intelligence bawubekwa somewhere else because they are used to all these dirty things that is going to create a problem for the organization. For instance, bantu banema-access ama-secret state. As an example. Whether uKhan, whether uMuji, whether ubantu se-Cape Town.
Otiyo.
Ukuthi kunezinto ababa-involve ngazo during their line of operations. Othola ukuthi zi-involve ne-leadership political. Izinto abangathi mase be-desperate ukuthi thina we can't go down alone. Bagcina sebezi-expose. Bayisho kudala le. Amanje ngisayisho ukuthi akasuswe abasuswe one moment ethi umuntu wenza into wrong then liqhama ku-IPD le recommendation yabo khanda ayiqhama ku-IPD okay IPD siqhamene nto so nto sekususa sokubeka somewhere else by so doing even though the departmental thing yakhona must just die umshifta kwi-department emaphoyiseni usuke kwenye or umsuse emaphoyiseni ukuze kwi-department yazi ukuthi umdluli ngabahendlishe kanjani lekhona
wenza njani
kanjalo usithola lokungena nje umdluli kunale scandal esikhona ngesiphethe yenza so lo muntu u-town president umthatha ukuthi akaresign emaphoyiseni umu-arrangele kwi-state security ukuthi kumfake secret operation in state security. I will serve as an agent. By so doing, the president is behave with is still around. The public behave with a self mapusin. That what depend on you. I'm so sorry that over eventually get anything in it. So Nala. It's the same thing, so. Tell abantu abafisa ama-disciplinary steps kwi-crime intelligence. Bengamelanga bacharge. Bengafanele ukuthi mase kuthola evidence ukuthi kune-misconduct so ukuthi umuntu akasusa. Angaphelelwa umsebenzi asuswe nje. Whether ususelwa la emaphoyiseni or usiwa kwi-defense intelligence usiwa kwi-state security. Laba abasamdinga bangamthoba sangamsebenzisi in another field. Uyabona nje mina personally ngiyazi relationship ukhana nayo no-Julius. Ngiyayazi ukuthi how close are they. Ukuya etafuleni was not by mistake. Yabona so umbuzo ekutheni-ke obani aba-influenzayo bangabe se-face of music usupport ubani for i-defense yakhe. Badefende umuntu efanele bamdefende yini. Exactly. Bese kuzoba usibiya nawe nezakhe ufuna history yakhe la kwafa abantu eZimbabwe lapha kuthiwa rendition ngemva yabo usibiya hayi ngengane so ziningi inkinga ezikhona so into ebalulekile nje ukuthi mina okwami ukuthi boss
Is it disrupted or that is where it ends?
Honorable
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chair.
Mr. Stoller.
Afternoon, Chair.
Yes, is that where the material ends?
Yes, Chair. I've listened to the audio. I think I should give you and the honorable members two options.
Yeah.
You choose either I interpret it consecutively, which I do not recommend for you. Consecutively, it would mean I listen to a particular portion, interpret it, replay, listen to another portion, interpret it, replay, listen to another portion, and interpret it. The reason being that this is a two-way conversation between two people. Or else I do it simultaneously. The sound and vision official there by you plays it just continuously, and I just interpret up to its end.
Okay. Hold it there. Honorable members, do you want a consecutive or simultaneous interpretation?
And Chair, on the second option, I am not sure if the member will be able to hear me and the audio at the same time, because one might override the other.
Sometimes it causes frustration.
Okay. Did you hear what Mr. Stolle is saying, honorable members? Mr. Stolle is giving you two options. The first option is that the video is played, the audio is played in parts, and then followed by the interpretation of what would have been said or of the conversation. Or we allow him to say, you have listened to the video, I have also listened to the audio, I have also listened to the audio. This is what is being said. So he wants to know from yourselves, which option do you prefer? Chief Whip.
Excuse me, Chair. I don't know what happened. The part that I was looking for is the part that they are referring to in the conversation, but it's not playing directly, where there seems to have been a threat that if I know I am clean, including the period when I was premier in KZN, then I must then go on with the disbandment. So there was that part. So I don't know whether he cut and started later or something in the tape, but that is one that I wanted more, because to me that was a threat.
Did you hear it being?
I didn't hear. What I hear is them referring to it, to say when we were talking, and then somebody seems to have overheard us and recorded us. There is something that they should not have missed, those who were recording us. Yeah. Like 1, 2. So they merely are referring to it, but they are no longer talking to it. So I don't know whether it is part of the tape.
The material that is being played here is the one that you submitted yourself.
Yeah, the one that was playing is just part of it, but not specifically where there is a threat, which was my intention. To add on the kind of conversation that went on. And it was the last one, that one, for now.
Okay. Where on the audio is that part? Is it towards
it seems to be before. He can tell us where, but I'm saying if he hears us, there's a part where they seem to have discussed, or where General Mkhwanazi seemed to have said, if Minister Mchunu knows that he is clean, he must then go on with the disbandment.
Yeah. So
that is the one.
What we need from you is guidance, so that if that part is to be played.
Yes, that's the only part that I would want.
Mr. must know where on the audio must he locate that. Is it at the beginning of the audio or towards the end of the audio?
Yeah, it sounds like it is before, from what he played. And that would have been 1 minute or something like that, and then we close.
Okay. Honorable Malim.
No, Minister, what we're asking is, if this thing is 12 minutes, if it's 12 minutes, from which minute does it start, that portion? Because in the consultation with your lawyers, you would have emphasized that, and they know from 3 minutes to 4 minutes or 5, 7, which part of that? Because we want him to go straight on that one.
I really wanted, I thought that I had put the request very, very clearly that it is the part where he says, if the minister knows that he's clean, including when he was premier, he can then go on. That is the part that I wanted, because I had already conveyed the others, like anger, like... that part,
let me stop you.
I think it is before this one. It will be less than 3 minutes.
The guidance that we need is that the video, I mean, the audio has played for a particular amount of time. So when you were listening to the video, the part that you want heard by this ad hoc committee, where do we locate it? I see your team is trying to help you there. Yes.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, when we were consulting with the lawyers, I said, this is the part where there seems to have been that threat. So between them and people here, I don't know where they are missing each other, but they say it was not sent to them as lawyers to listen whether that is the part. The part that played is just part of the conversation, but not what I wanted. What I wanted is where I was told there's a threat. So it sounds to me like it is before what to play.
Okay, no, it's fine. Let's do like this. In the meantime, let's allow the senior counsel to proceed outside this material, because what he said to me is that because he received this evidence this morning, surely on his scope for today, he doesn't have questions based on that evidence. It's you who requested the part must be played because you want, it's part of your presentation. So we're going to allow Mr. Stolle to listen to that part which you want. And once he's ready, he has located it, he will give us a bell, and then we can come back to it, so that we don't spend time debating where that part is. So, Senior Counsel, may we proceed on? Okay, Honorable Nomval.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, before we proceed, we just want to register our concern in relation to how the council is conducting what he's doing, Chair. Our understanding, and I know we're trying to prescribe the manner in which he must ask questions, but our understanding, Chair, is that he must cover all the aspects of the evidence of the witness and all the aspects of the terms of reference, because from those we can be able to identify follow-up questions for tomorrow, because we're not only going to ask original questions. There are follow-up questions that will come from what he has asked from the witness. Now, the pace under which he asked his questions and the responses thereto is very worrisome, because as from yesterday until today, he has only dealt with one aspect, the PKTT aspect. So if maybe we can change the pace, because we're really interested in him getting to all the aspects that are covered by the witness in his statement. I know that you have given guidance in that regard, but we just want to put an emphasis to say we are interested in what he is doing. He is not only doing it for himself. he does it also for us as members of this committee so that we can be able to identify contradictions if there are any and follow-up questions. So if we can improve, and I doubt that within the remaining time, he is going to be able to cover everything that is left. But the reason why we raised the issue of long answers to questions yesterday was because of what is happening today.
Yeah.
We just wanted to register that, we request that you also play a role, Chairperson, of intervening from time to time. For instance, if a question has been asked and responded to yesterday, there is no need to go back to the same question that was asked. And that's what we have discovered, is that many issues that have been asked today are issues that were asked from the witness. And the witness today kept on saying, I clarified, or like I said earlier, he kept on repeating the same thing that was asked from him yesterday. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree in part with you, because the evidence leader has not only focused on the PKTT since we started yesterday. So, but I take the emphasis that you make, but it is not entirely accurate that the main focus is on, I mean, that focus is one-dimensional. Let's allow them to proceed. Remember, the witness is the one who requested enough time. And I agree with you that the entire part of this morning before lunch, the dominant matter there has been the PKTT. And that is why when we broke, I made that call to say, we need to go beyond that. So may we proceed, honorable members. Are you ready, honorable minister, to proceed?
Thank you very much. I was just left with one intervening issue before the letter came, and how it reconstructed the environment such that, apart from not being willing to meet in the format that was suggested, I was willing to go on with the meeting, as I indicated later in another meeting to General Mkhwanazi. But let me just complete that, even though the recording doesn't capture it. So part of what they discussed was what I thought was going to come here to say, if the minister is clean, knows that he's clean, he can then proceed with the disbandment. And to me, that was a threat. And it was also a promise that somebody is going to go back and say, what did I do wrong while I was MEC, while I was Premier, while I was in water? And I have no problem with that. I have no problem. People can go and start from day one when I was MEC, check any wrong and Premier and water. Those things are fine. But in the context in which it was said, it becomes a weapon. It becomes a weapon to say, don't do this, even if it's correct, even if it is lawful, even if it's constitutional, because I don't like it. If you do it, I'll go and dig what you did wrong at some point, if there is. And I don't think that people should take it for granted that the wrong things that I did that constitutes unlawfulness during those periods.
You and I have now seemingly been criticized for taking a bit too long. You've made a request that you want to be heard. I don't know if the Mkhwanazi smell is still on you today. Maybe it's a bit off now that you've had an opportunity to give your side of the story. But we do need to move a bit quicker. But I'm not in a position, this is not a court of law where I can make an application or whatever, you must be given whatever latitude you need to fully respond. But it would help if we could just get to the point. Now, the questions a while ago was about the WhatsApp of the 4th of April, and then you referred us to this conversation of early January with your chief of staff. I accept it's relevant, but was that just mentioned, or are you mentioning what appears to be a threatening conversation between Mkhwanazi and Gabinde? Is the point of that conversation your lack of response or your curt response that, okay, I've received your WhatsApp, I'll sort of deal with it later? Is that the reason why you responded in that fashion?
Let me go on to say that it constituted or constructed a particular environment. And I'm not saying that it is the only reason, but I had to look at it, and I considered it in the environment that it brought in that had not been there, the threat. So I passed that in line with what you are requesting. And then
just in terms of the conversation very quickly, because we'd also been asked about it before it was even played. Whether is this the way conversations, telephonic conversations or other online conversations with your chief of staff was handled, that they were recorded, apparently without the consent of in this case, Mkhwanazi. And Mkhwanazi, I think, mentioned in his evidence that some version, a bit distorted apparently, appeared on social media, and he wasn't happy about that. So the question is just that, are you aware that your chief of staff, obviously, he recorded it, he mentioned it to you, but is this the way you conducted things in your office?
No.
Okay, then maybe we'll ask him for a reason why he recorded Mkhwanazi without his consent, or is there a legal reason that you as a minister and your chief of staff can record conversations with people under the Cyber Act or some legislation?
Now, we don't record people. I'm not aware of anybody in my office who have ever recorded a person, but in this instance, it's me who advised the chief of staff to say, you may need to record your conversations with General Mkhwanazi because of the threats. It was not because for the commission, I wasn't thinking about the commission or any other thing, because he kept on saying, General Mkhwanazi is angry. When a person says so-and-so is angry with you, you take it serious.
So can we just understand that even before this recording, Mkhwanazi had phoned Gabinde and spoke to him in a threatening, because who decided that his conversation must henceforth be recorded?
First, he just told me that there's a threat. He's angry. He's saying 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then he came back, I think third time in one day, as they continued to talk. And at some point I felt that the way things are developing, it looks like they're developing fast and they've got anger inside, but they now have threats inside. Now, when he mentioned this one of if the minister knows he is clean, no, I think it came before that one that I said. Now we may now need to record. It was after he spoke about fight back. I don't think fight back was recorded, but I think it was at that point when I said, being experienced as I am, I felt that this may develop to something else. Then I said record, but that one of threatening on what I may have left in the Premier's office, when he mentioned that, I felt that, so there's a threat here. Okay. So we are discussing, he is wanting to meet me and so on, to discuss the disbandment, which is fine. Okay. I'm fine with, but so when it says, it sounded like a compromise. So you want to compromise me on things that I, as a matter of principle, I have to consider in my work. But because you don't like it, you then issue a threat and you date it back where it worked. It constituted the environment. Let me move on. So
Kabinde decided, he took it upon himself to record this discussion.
I advised the chief of staff.
You told him to record it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said, you may need to consider recording, because okay. I don't normally have a discussion with a person and then you get threats okay. in your work environment. And I didn't understand why.
Now that WhatsApp came on the 4th of April, before that you would have had the meeting with the portfolio committee on the 5th of March. Yeah?
Yes.
And you were in that meeting, Mkhwanazi, and all the senior management, they were in a meeting, your deputy ministers. The transcript of that meeting is in bundle 4 at pages 22 to 162. Now, the agenda for the agenda is not on the transcript, but what was required by the chair of the police portfolio committee, who's part of the ad hoc committee here today, was a report on the political killings task team, an update. So it's clear that as far as the portfolio committee was concerned, there is such a committee, and they want to know what's happening with the committee, what are they doing, and they also wanted to know what the plans are going forward. And as you will recall, that presentation was made by Lieutenant General Khumalo. It's not apparent from the meeting, from the transcript of the meeting, that the directive of 31 December was referred to or debated in that meeting at all. Would that be correct?
That's not correct.
It's not correct.
It was referred to by General Khumalo, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere when it started or during the presentation.
Yeah, but there wasn't any debate or questioning from the portfolio committee members about the directive.
I think there were some comments that were made down the line when members of the portfolio committee started talking.
Yeah. So Khumalo, can we just get the start of the transcript? Where Khumalo, so anyway, we're going to just find the start of,
Yeah.
you may be right, you may have said that the presentation is done in accordance with the directive that has been received by the minister, but we'll find.
Yeah.
The point though is that the directive itself and your authority or power to issue such a directive was not debated or discussed. So
was not debated and discussed. Where?
In the portfolio committee meeting. So yeah, this is what he says, and it's at page 68 of the transcript. 44 of the transcript, but 68 of the bundle 4. So he says, is this commander or the minister? Yeah, Khumalo starts his address on page 62 of the bundle. Then where he says, the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, thank you, Honourable Chair. Moving on next part of this briefing on the political killings task team, looking at status and successes so far. Then our first stop will be a brief look at the threat and risk assessment of the threat is continuously done. And then to where I wanted to be at page 68 of the bundle, 44 of the transcript, the second paragraph. He says, lastly, Honourable Chair, I will touch on the current status of the team. The Minister of Police had issued a directive to the National Commissioner regarding the disestablishment of the National Political Killings Task Team. There were various meetings that has been held, and a detailed progress report has been submitted of the office of the Minister. It should be to the office of the Minister. The disestablishment or disbandment will take the form of a transition from the National Political Killings Task Team to the component serious and violent crimes, specifically murder and robbery unit within the Detective Division and Forensic Services. This transition will ensure continuity of these cases, especially those that are under investigation and those that are still at various courts. So, few things that we can hopefully agree on and get through this quick. Firstly, he proceeds on the assumption that this directive has been received and will now be implemented in whatever form it's going to be implemented. And in fact, he says the disestablishment, disbandment will take the form of a transition from National Political Killings Task Team to component serious and violent crimes. That seems to accord with your explanation and your understanding that you had given earlier when you discussed the various components and said that this task team has been integrated into the component serious and violent crimes on the organogram. It specifically says murder and robbery unit. So we agree on that. We also agree that the directive itself, there doesn't appear to be an indication. Maybe when his turn comes, Honourable Member Cameron will ask you about this, but it doesn't seem to have been a discussion on the directive itself. Would that be fair to say that? You weren't questioned about the directive by any of the members of the portfolio committee. So the point about raising this is that there was a presentation by Khumalo. He talks about the disestablishment, but the disestablishment will take the form of a transition. And the significant thing about this meeting, the National Commission is in the meeting. Mkhwanazi is in the meeting, although it's an online meeting, but they registered as present in the meeting. And although there are comments made, before we get to Mkhwanazi's comments, you say at page 86 of the bundle, 62 of the transcript, from line 20 onwards. Yeah, your address starts at page 75, 51 of the transcript, and I'm referring to page 86, 62 of the transcript. And at line 20, this is what you say. I am saying the team was established for a particular purpose. There needed to be a time frame, and there wasn't any time frame. And we have discussed the matter with the President of the Republic, because while it was not a presidential task team, it was his initiative to do so, but became an administrative committee in practice, and therefore we had the discussion with the President of the Republic, and we are in agreement that we can look into the matter the way that we have looked at it currently. So again, that accords with your explanation earlier, the way you saw the matter. And again, I can't recall that understanding of yours being contested. Isn't it this? Yeah. So can we at least agree on that?
So fine.
You're nodding yes.
Yeah,
okay.
fine.
Yeah. So can we also agree that you didn't specifically, and to be fair to you, it didn't seem to me required. I'm just thinking about it actually right now, just not making this up, but what informed your decision? What informed the directive? You weren't asked about it. There seemed to be at least a tacit acceptance that you issued the directive. Khumalo's reporting that it's now going to be implemented, although in the form of a transition. It's not going to be done like you directed immediately. There's going to be a transition. So any of the concerns, all these reasons that you gave about the budget, about the Haas, and Adams, and although I think Adams was in the meeting, those issues you never mentioned. In other words, you didn't have to justify the directive. So that you also agree. You also didn't mention that you believe that the PKTT was in fact operating illegally since 2022. You didn't mention that specifically.
Yeah, the portfolio comment.
Yeah.
No.
Again, to be fair to you, it seems that it wasn't necessary for you to do that because you've now given a directive, it must be disbanded. And although the key differences between you and Masemola and Khumalo was that you may have wanted it immediately, but you explained earlier, I think yesterday, what your understanding of this word immediately meant. It didn't mean it must be right now.
I must explain at this stage that the portfolio committee is not chaired by me. It's chaired by its chair.
Yeah.
And it's a meeting of the portfolio committee. It has got members. As minister, you get invited on specific matters, and you present on those specific matters. But because you are recording that I didn't do this, I didn't do that, I do want to, maybe at some point, maybe at this point, Chair, to request the evidence leader just to point me at where exactly does this come from as a provision that when minister wants to take a particular decision, you must consult maybe certain people or whatever. Is there any provision? Because it sounds like I've got to produce a provision where it says so, which then I breached. That's why I asked earlier on, did I breach in a constitution and so on. Now, when it comes back again, while you are asking other questions and say you didn't, it sounds like there's a provision that I omitted. Is there any provision?
There is a provision if you are taking what is called administrative action, and you're exercising a public power that constitutes administrative action. There is a provision in Paja which says that you're required to act procedurally fairly, and you must give reasons. There's a host, your lawyers can point it out to you. If you're taking what you appeared to have taken, or what you claim you have taken executive action, then there must be a rational basis for it. In other words, you can't in the morning wake up and suck your thumb and do something. You've got to have a rational reason. Doesn't have to be the only reason. A rational reason could be a range of reasons. But Minister, with respect, I've asked you those questions. You know, your lawyers can give you that advice. I'm not here to give you advice with respect.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just want a record.
I wanted for the record. We're dealing with the facts. This honourable committee must establish the facts in relation to its terms of reference. Then it will report back to Parliament. I've asked you about whether or not you consulted. It wasn't in respect of any legal provision that I've asked you whether you did it.
Yeah, I need to enter on record of the Ad Hoc Committee that earlier on, there are paragraphs that you led me on, and these are paragraphs 19 to 22. Now, my legal representatives say there was those were wrong paragraphs in the context of what you were interested in. That instead, I should have been led on paragraphs 81 and 85. I'm just recording that. I'm not wanting us to go back. But at this stage, the point is, I have on several occasions, as one honorable member there has indicated, really made an effort, a strong effort to respond to the question, but it keeps on coming up. Now, I am in a meeting of a portfolio committee chaired by the chair, and I'm led on specific matters that were reported. Now, I didn't mention a particular thing. It was not what I was expected to deal with at the portfolio committee. That's the point I was trying to indicate.
Minister, can I respond to your point? You in your presentation yesterday, you addressed the constitutionality of the directive. And you referred, I didn't have to refer you to this, as legalese from paragraphs 19 through to from paragraph 19 through to 30. And in fact, we also discussed the next item in your statement, the legality of the NKPTT post. So the constitutional role, you obviously advised by your lawyers, the key paragraph is paragraph 21, which you said, this is the power to determine national policy. The second power to direct the National Commissioner. The third power to direct the Civilian Secretariat. I didn't read that. I didn't say that. You said it yesterday. And obviously it's from your statement. Then I extensively referred here to paragraphs 82. I said, this is under the heading, the chronology of events leading to the directive. We discussed this. October the 24th, 13th of November 2024, 21 November 2024. Then you say there was a meeting with Masemola on the 22nd of November. We discussed this. So I don't understand why you would say that. Are your lawyers complaining that I am?
Yes, that's how I have recorded it. Senior counsel, I've said my legal representative is saying that those were not the paragraphs I should have been led on. I should have been led on others. But I'm doing it for the matter of the record, and we can pass and go back to the issue now that we've recorded that. Go to the current issue.
Okay, let's deal with the current issue, and we will, during the break, discuss this with them. If they are dropping notes with you, they can quite easily drop a note with one of my colleagues, and I will consider them, and we will either ask for an adjournment to correct whatever we're doing wrong, or ask for an adjournment to discuss it with them.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
So just to come back to the...
That just has to do with the response they forwarded, as you were referring to, yeah, but that's fine.
So the submissions you made to the portfolio committee on the 5th of March, did you discuss this matter with the president before you appeared before the portfolio committee?
Yes, I think it would have come earlier, whether it is January or February. I don't have a date, but we did.
Yeah. So did you specifically discuss with the president the disestablishment of the task team?
That was my purpose, to go and brief the president that there is a particular decision I've taken in regard to this, and I did so.
Was it? Can you recall when that discussion took place? Was it just before the directive was issued?
No, it was after the directive.
After the directive was issued.
It was after the directive.
So the president also saw on social media or in the media that the task team has now been disestablished by you. He also just heard about it.
Well, I'll have to give you evidence that he picked it up from social media. I don't know. What I know is that I sought an appointment, and it was granted at a particular time, and I went to brief him. I didn't ask whether he had seen it or not.
So you didn't inform the president before you issued the directive. You only spoke to him after you issued the directive.
I've already said so.
Okay.
Senior counsel.
So thank you. So when or how soon after the directive of 31 December did you tell the president?
Pardon?
When after the 31st of December 2024 did you tell the president about the disbanding?
I've already indicated that it must have been January, February. I don't have the exact date. I will check.
Okay. What did you tell him? Did you give him any reasons why you are directing that the task team be disestablished?
Well,
Or did you just tell him, by the way?
it was a short briefing with the president. It was a briefing, it wasn't a discussion to say, I at some point took this decision last year in December. And all I remember is that I did say there are matters that I have developed a very serious concern about. And I said to him, these matters, among others, have led me to disband the political clearance task team, and that possibly at some point, if I didn't do this, there may have been a call for a commission on those matters. So I decided that I would preempt any need for such a call at some point, and I did this, and that was one of the things that I mentioned during the short briefing.
So you said it was a short briefing.
Yes. The president would have many appointments, and you never get the whole day. It was a short briefing.
I suppose, except of matters of national importance, you could schedule a longer meeting with the president.
I could have made it longer.
No, you could schedule, or your chief of staff could schedule a longer meeting with the president on matters of national importance.
I should do so, or I should have.
I'm asking whether it's not perhaps more appropriate to arrange a fixed meeting with the president to have a longer time to discuss.
I do that from time to time when it is necessary.
Well, so that's why, can we ask, I mean, was this meeting 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour? How long was this meeting?
I really didn't calculate the time. I got a slot, and I used it for the purpose for which I had asked the slot for, but I didn't count the minutes.
And you didn't provide him with reasons X, Y, and Z why you are disestablishing the team. You didn't furnish him with any reports or anything like that.
No, it wasn't going to include a discussion. It was just a briefing. I asked for a slot to give him a briefing, and I did so.
So it was really just to communicate to the president that this is what you have done, and the president heard what you did.
As I've said, I included briefly what the reasons could have been. I don't think I was elaborate. It was not an elaborate kind of a presentation and a discussion. It was just a briefing that I've taken that decision.
So why do you use the word the president was in agreement with what you did?
What should I say?
Well, it sounds to me that you conveyed what you did to the president. The president heard what you had to say and basically noted it. An agreement, let's not become technical. I think we know what an agreement means. Two or more people discuss something. They put whatever is on the table that requires an agreement. They engage, and then they say, okay, fine. Here it sounds like there was no engagement. You informed the president of your decision.
I briefed the president.
Yes, you briefed the same thing. You briefed the president. Mm-hmm. But the president didn't engage you. He couldn't. You didn't give him any reasons. You never told him why you wanted the task team to be disestablished, so that the president could say, oh, okay, but why X, Y, and Z? And then you engage in a discussion. It was a short meeting. So you briefed him in short and he noted what you had to say. There couldn't have been an agreement.
Senior Counsel, I am pleading with you to note that there are different forms of engaging, even with the president. You can go and ask to make a presentation. If you are granted an opportunity, you will make that presentation. You can ask for a short period just to brief him on something, and then if it's granted, you do so. It takes different forms. In this instance, it was a briefing from my side, and I don't think there was anything wrong in me using that word, unless it is demonstrated to me that this was wrong. But what I'm saying in my statement, I did brief the president. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
After the effect, after the 31st.
Yes, I was just questioning whether you could say there was an agreement or that the president agreed with the director, given that it was a briefing and it was short. That's what I was questioning.
Yes.
But if you're happy with the response, then we can move on. Again, I'm not here as a judge to sit and discuss what constitutes an agreement. I've just questioned whether it was appropriate to use.
Just a moment, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Chancellor, thanks, Chair. Just a second. I think it is important for us to explain to the witness why the evidence leader is emphasizing agreement. It's solely because the main witness had casted doubt whether the president would have agreed for a dissolution of a political killing system. So that's why the evidence leader is emphatic when it comes whether or not the president agreed. Because the main witness went to an extent of saying the president made an address in Northern Cape and he would have applauded the work done by the political killing system, and therefore the main witness does not believe that the president would have agreed to such a kind of a decision. So that's why the evidence leader is emphasizing on the agreement. Thank you very much, Chair.
May I proceed, Honorable Chair?
He has helped you.
Yeah, I asked.
Just one more moment. Honorable Malema.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we must put it simple because it's going to be a serious issue. Did the president agree to the disbandment of PKTT?
The answer in the affidavit is that I briefed the president, he agreed with the briefing I gave him.
So, Honorable Minister, is the answer yes?
Yes, as is in the affidavit.
The answer is yes. The answer which we must record is yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because the context in which
before you continue, may I check, honorable members, are you satisfied? Can I allow the senior counsel to proceed? Thank you.
May I proceed, Honorable Chair?
There are honorable members who are signaling time to me, so they are essentially saying that I must bring it to the attention of you and the witness that you are now on borrowed time.
And I must indicate there were two questions, Chair. The first question was on General Masimula, and the second question was the one that I then chose to start with. So I still owe you my response on how General Masimula responded to the
So just before we get there, just to round off this issue of an agreement, and this was the context in which I asked you. I had read to you what you told the portfolio committee on page 86 and page 87, pages 62 and 63 of the transcribed minute, where you told the portfolio committee, and therefore we had a discussion with the President of the Republic, and we are in agreement that we can look into the matter the way that we have looked at it currently. That's the context in which I asked you about this. But perhaps the honourable members can draw their own conclusions, or can ask you questions about it. My job is to put these facts before the honourable committee. And that's what I've read to you, and that's the context in which I asked you. So you say this briefing discussion with the President was in January?
Yes, it was in January or February. I need to check the exact date.
Yeah. And before the March meeting, were you aware that General Masemola also had a discussion with the President?
I wasn't.
Okay. Now, in the same meeting, we also know that General Mkhwanazi,
when you still consult regarding that audio material, I just want to give Mr. Stolle an opportunity to brief us, because apparently they are struggling to find that part, Honorable Minister. Mr. Stolle, may you please take us through on what you find?
Chairperson, my apologies. I was responding to Mr. Ntuli because I was explaining to him some small technicalities around the audio.
Are you able to locate the part that the witness has requested?
Yes, Chairperson.
Are you able to play the part?
Oh, I thought maybe the sound and vision specialist will play it in the House for members, then I explain. It begins from 3 minutes, 54 seconds, up to 4 minutes, 20 seconds, and leading up to 4 minutes, 44 seconds.
Yeah, play that part from 3 minutes, 54 seconds, and we hear if he confirms that he wanted us to hear.
Fanele ngabe ubhalile la ukuthi akayiyeke lento mengabe clean.
He should have written it down herein. If you said he should stop this thing if he is clean.
And
if he never took anything from anybody. So such information is very crucial. He should have written those if he was listening to our telephonic conversations. Because he was not going to deliberately omit that, because it is in line with what he has alleged.
Around
all the issues he has raised. He has not even raised the issue of the warrant.
fight back and
You have correctly explained it that all this is about a fight back.
I'm sure now Monisha Pelangoba uyamazi awuqala ukumazi manje. Yeah. Kuzoba ne fight back lama uzazi uclean.
And you want him because you know him. You did not know him just now. You have known him for a long time. And fight backs are always there.
Yeah, because that's what they're going to do.
Because if you tamper with the police, yet you are not clean, police will go after you. I will stop there, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Minister, is this the part that you wanted us to hear?
It doesn't seem that it is a part, it's another conversation, but it may be that conversation, that part of the conversation between the two was not the one when he had started recording, but he did, we did talk with Chief of Staff, but I'm fine at this stage.
What we should do now, we were stepping out of this audio because it's not what you want.
I'm fine.
Then at your time,
I'm fine.
Get the evidence that you want to bring it here to us.
Yeah, it may have not started when they started recording. It may have been said before they started recording, but they did discuss it. They did tell me that.
And then maybe next week, Tuesday or Wednesday, time permitting.
Thank you.
We will look at how we deal with that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. May we please go back to the senior counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister.
And I must just indicate before that there are honorable members who have requested to leave. And I have granted them permission to leave, starting from 14 hours.
No, I'm saying, Chair, and I will remain here in the chamber again.
Okay, no, it's okay. But may we proceed?
Honorable Chair, we are not going to finish today. We have also, I have requested you in private conversation that we resume on Tuesday. There is space open on Wednesday. I don't think we have scheduled any witnesses for Wednesday. So in the event that you do run over on Tuesday, we can continue on Wednesday, but I've asked that we continue on Tuesday to complete our leading of the minister's evidence. We're not going to finish today at 2 o'clock or even 3 o'clock.
Honorable Skosana and Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit lost, Chair. I'm not sure whether before lunch you said to us, in fact, before lunch, you said to us that this session is going to end at 1300. Then we said it's 1400. Now it's like there's an option of staying, there's an option of those who are going. So I'm not sure, I'm lost. Can you clarify that, Chair?
Okay. Honorable Malema.
No, I was saying to the minister, on Tuesday, he must come with that part because we need to hear that part. It's very important. Not those things of where the minister is being threatened, that conversation, because, and the legal team must help us there, his legal team, just to cut that portion and then come and play it on Tuesday. Whether we're proceeding with the SC or it's our turn, either way, we'll need that.
Yeah. No, to come back to your question, Honorable Skosana, I have given the legal team until 14 hours. So when it strikes 14 hours, my intention is to call off the proceedings. So I was bringing to their attention that there are already honorable members who understand that at 14 hours we must finish. But I hear Honorable Nhlanhla says, no, there is an option that we can go beyond 14 hours. Yeah. So, and then the senior counsel says, even if we run up until 3, we will still not finish. And so it means next week, Tuesday, when we resume, we may have to start at 9. So that we give him 2 hours between 9 and 11. Is that, will that be okay, Senior Counsel?
From 9 to 11?
Yeah, on Wednesday. I mean on Tuesday.
Interruptions permitting, yeah.
No, yeah.
You can also take off like you do, give me a discount when other honorable members are interrupting then. But I think we can fit it into 2 hours, and obviously with the cooperation of the honorable minister.
Look, this is what is going to happen when we stop the proceedings today. Yourself as the legal team and the witness, you must find each other on certain issues that must not take us time. So that when you come back on Tuesday, you know that you have 2 hours. I think we have stretched the honorable members. It's enough. We can't go beyond this. The witness requested that we must give him enough time. You also said the documents that he submitted are voluminous. That cannot be done on one day. And we allocated a day and half a day. And still we are not done. So when we come back on Tuesday, Honorable Minister, yourself and the senior counsel have 2 hours between 9 and 11.
I'm absolutely fine, except that I see that my time of giving evidence gets limited.
We are still going to ask you questions.
No. I have no problem with that. Yeah. But I'm saying when I'm asked to respond, I don't finish because evidence leader comes in.
No, you are going to finish everything because you can see now by all indications, Wednesday is already booked for you. So it means Tuesday, whether we finish at 12 o'clock midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, you are here, you are answering questions. And then we take a comfort break for 6 or for 7 hours. We come back on Wednesday. And if you feel that the honorable members are impatient with you, you tell them that allow me to respond to your question.
Chair, I'm at your disposal as a witness, and it is the opportunity I wanted.
Yeah.
That's why, and I will expect that.
Honorable Honorable Skosana, amongst you members who want to speak, after the 2 members, we call off the president.
No, I was saying to the minister that wait, we are coming. The questions are coming. Proper questions are coming. Don't worry. you're going to have enough time to answer proper questions.
I'm fine with that, and you will get proper answers.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I want to thank the minister because anyway, the minister is on leave, so he has to be available. I thank you, Chair.
I confirm that I'm available.
Yeah, it's not that he's on leave. He has put it on record here that the decision that brought us here is his decision. Honorable members, I want to thank you, all of you, for your commitment to the work of this committee. And we should release you for the weekend. You are leaders in your communities with social responsibilities. Go and perform those responsibilities in your communities. We will come back here on Tuesday, 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you so much.
Olebe Tomokona.